We really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to improve socialization skills of people who are restricted in their freedom, help people to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, this tournament is, of course, the flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helped everyone to feel I am the winner right now. I won it, I did it. I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I am the winner.
Hello, my friends and chess enthusiasts from all over the world. Welcome to the finals of the second Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. My name is Michael Rahal. I'm an international chess master. I'm going to be your host for today's broadcast. I am really happy to be here in this event. This tournament is organized by FIDE and also by the Chicago Cook County Sheriff's Office, and is part of the Chess for Freedom program. It's a continuation of the International Championship first held in 2019, and also the Intercontinental Championship of Online Chess of 2021. This year, more than 85 teams from more than 46 countries have played the qualifiers, among them 12 female and 14 youth teams. That's double the amount of teams of last year. For the first time, we even ran some separate tournaments which were held for the female and the youth participants. As I mentioned before, today are the finals. We're going to kick off now with the women's final between Mongolia and Serbia. The third, fourth place match final between England and Trinidad and Tobago will not be played due to some important technical scheduling reasons. However, both teams have been allocated the third shared place of the tournament. This afternoon at 2 p.m. CEST, we shall commentate on the men's final between Colombia and Philippines. Also, the third, fourth place match between Salvador and India will also be played shortly after the final. We hope to see great action on the boards, and it's a pleasure for me to be here. And now, before we get to the games, a welcoming speech by our own president of FIDE, Arkady Dvorkovich.
I'm Arkady Dvorkovich, president of FIDE, International Chess Federation. Greetings from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Our project Chess for Freedom is for people who made mistakes in their lives before, but have a chance to improve. FIDE is going to bring chess to all corners of the world, especially to those corners where chess can transform lives of people, give a chance to live a better life, to change things around. And inmates who are not free right now have a great potential to develop their lives to the best. Chess started to come to prisons many years ago, and I would like to thank in particular Sheriff Dart from Chicago County, Michael Rahal, who developed this project in FIDE, and Dan Reznice Oslo for coordinating this project globally. This is the second edition of Chess for Freedom tournament. Last time we had 30 countries, this time 46 countries, 85 teams from all around the world, so we are improving. And I hope that all players will enjoy playing. They will represent their own countries in this World Intercontinental Cup, and I hope that this event will give a boost for the development of chess around the world, and will have a great social impact on many people around. So good luck, and I wish all the best and success to this event.
Hi, I'm Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart. Welcome to the 6th International Chess Tournament. We are very excited to be hosting this. We cannot begin to thank the people from FIDE for all of their help in bringing this together. Chess is an amazing sport. As you know, it gives you critical skills, but it also teaches you patience, things that we can all learn from and something we can all use in our daily life. I hope you're going to enjoy the games today, and good luck, everyone.
How to transform the people's lives for the better. We do not have a universal method, but what we have learned, a chess set and a good book might help. This is what Chess for Freedom or Chess in Prisons program is about. We use our role game to help those who have made the mistakes in their life to be reintegrated and do it in a smart way. I warmly congratulate all the participants of the 2nd Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for the prisoners. I thank all the officials in their countries who have made this possible for their teams to participate. I know how challenging it might be to overcome all the legal, technical and other obstacles to do so. I warmly thank my colleagues in Cook County Sheriff's Office and FIDE for dedication to facilitate this worldwide program that this year has gathered together 46 countries, more than 85 teams in this championship. I believe that the inmates will not only compete today, this is a highlight event that motivates them to work on everyday basis, becoming smarter, learning how to respect their opponents, understanding the link between the cause and the consequence, making the society a better and more secure place. I also thank our sponsors, The Gift for Chess. You are helping us to transform the lives with your support in this program. I wish you all the best in this tournament. I wish a lot of excitement. I wish we together reach the goals others only think of and feel the freedom that chess can give.
Hello again, my friends. So we're into the games. Welcome speech is finished, and we're going to the board B of the championship. So I'd like to remind you that this is the women's final between Mongolia and Serbia. The 4 games have started and 3 of them have already finished. So this is the last game of the 4. Mongolia is winning by 3-0 in the first match. So even if Serbia wins this game, Mongolia will definitely win the first of the 2 matches of the finals. This is the women's championship, the female event. but it must be reminded that Mongolia did win the men's event last year, so they're clearly a powerhouse in this tournament. So the female competition has stepped up their game and going for the win in this round. So as you can see on the last board, this is the second board of the tournament. This is the longest game. The player started with 10 minutes on the clock. Mongolia is down to 5. Serbia is down to 2:47. And the position is already actually quite chaotic. At first glance, it seems that Black will be winning this game because, as you've just seen, Black has captured the rook on e7. And at this point, Black does have an extra rook. However, look at that knight jump, hitting the queen on c4. Now, Serbia has to be careful. If she doesn't realize that the queen is being attacked, she realized, so she dropped back to c7, a very safe square. Serbia is on track to winning this last game. The knight is attacked. Black does have an extra rook. The two bishops are performing quite well. The only dangerous situation is the king on g7. So queen takes f4. Black has captured another rook, but Black does have to be careful because queen, a knight, and a bishop could win the game. There could be a checkmate here. So, for instance, king to f8, the knight can jump to g6 with check, and there could be a checkmate here. So I'm not sure that Black should have captured all these different pieces. I think that's a bit risky. Sometimes the best plan is just to capture one piece and then go on to the defensive route. Black went for the full piece capture, and now Black's king is under pressure. Black went up to f6, hitting the knight. White does have a check on g6. However, that will also drop the knight on e5. There could be some skewers. Queen to g3 strikes me as a very interesting move after the capture. Also, just retreating with the knight to f3 could be very sensible, protecting the king side and threatening new checks. It's a very, very tense position. White went for another check on f4. Now, this could end in a perpetual check. If Black drops back to g7, White checks again on, Black did the blocking. But now White has a very interesting move, which is knight to g4 check. And you can notice that the queen is hanging on c7. However, Black also has a checkmate on the first rank. So Serbia is blocking with an option. Serbia wants to checkmate on the a1 square. Will this happen? This is a tricky one, a very tricky one. White has to keep attacking, but at the same time, protect against the checkmate on the a1 square. You can all see that rook on a8. It can come down the board in a long striking movement and hit the king, and that will be checkmate. And now careful, because White did the check with the knight. She wants to capture the queen on c7, which is hanging, but will she see the checkmate on the first rank? Such a tense moment for the last game. We shall see. I can imagine the rest of the team. The Mongols are high-fiving because they've already won the match, but they want to win this board as well to inflict a crushing 4-0 result. But Serbia, they're holding on their chance to win this game, to give them some fighting spirit for the next match. Yes, she won the queen, but now it's checkmate. Will Black see the checkmate? Let's see. 3, 2, 1. Checkmate. She saw the checkmate. What a lovely game to finish off. Serbia won their game with a very nice tactical trick at the end, sacrificing the queen and going for checkmate. So this finishes the first match of the two. Mongolia, the winner, 3-1 score, to be confirmed by the arbiters. Of course, we have to wait for the arbiters' final confirmation. But from what I'm seeing from the rest of the games, it looks like the game finished 3-1. In any case, I'd still like to get the arbiters' confirmation to be able to announce it officially. So I'm going to wait for 1 minute. main arbiter, Nebojša Balajic, to give us the final result and confirm that effectively Mongolia did win 3-1 in the game. Yeah, thanks a lot. We have the confirmation on the chess results. Mongolia 3, Serbia 1, but this is just the first match. Now we need to see the second match. Now, as a reminder, if one team wins the first match, as long as the team does a tie in the second match, he's the winner. That team will win the championship. So for Serbia to force the tiebreak, they need to win the second match. Doesn't matter the score. It could be by 2.5. It could be by 3. It could be by 4. But they do need to win. They don't need to do more points than the first match, but they do need to do at least 2.5. Now, I've seen the games of the first match, and it seemed to me that in 1 or 2 of the boards, Mongolia was very superior to Serbia. So they really need to step up in the second match, focus on the games, and try and fight their best to try and tie the match and force the tiebreak. If they can't or they don't, then Mongolia will win the female championship of the event. So we're waiting for the games to start. I'm going to ask production to bring up game D of the first round. So while we're waiting for players to situate themselves, we can just see the game and go through it very quickly. It was a fast game, a quick game, and there's quite a nice checkmate. So if production can bring up the D game, we can see that one. And if not, we'll wait patiently for the next round to start. Okay, we have the game here. So let's just click on the play button and we can go through automatic play of the full game. Okay, so we'll see the game. What you can all see on the sidebar, there's a white sidebar that increases or goes down depending on whoever's winning, but it doesn't work. It seems not to be working on the replay. So already Black had a good position here, but dropped a piece with Bishop G5. That was unfortunate. And now White prepared for the checkmate on H7. You'll see now that there's a checkmate on F7. Here we go. And Queen to H7 checkmate. Now, let's stay here for a moment. This checkmate is a very typical checkmate pattern. The Queen checks the King. The Queen can't be captured by the King because the knight, the horse on G5 is protecting the Queen. When a piece is protecting the Queen, that would be checkmate, because if the King tries to capture the Queen, which you can't, physically you can't on online chess, it would be an illegal move. Also notice that the King can't escape on the F7 square. That would be convenient, but he can't, because the knight, that horse on G5, not only protects the Queen, it also protects and controls the escape route of the King. So quite a nice checkmate, a simple pattern, but already we can see that Mongolia team is familiar with the main checkmating patterns. Okay, the games haven't started, so we can ask production to bring up the board A. Board A was a round which was a longer game, but we can also see another typical checkmate pattern which you must know. So let's go for the opening. This is the bishop opening, and now we have an Italian game. Very correct play. Both castles castle. Very, very correct play. That's a good move. Rook C8, slightly bad, but now, the pin worked and White dropped the Queen. So the Black player is already with an extra Queen. And at some point, we'll see White's King crossing over the board to C1. I think we'll see this now. Okay, so Black won more material. It's queen against the rook. And here we'll see the king crossing over the board. The queen goes in, starts checking. Very well played by Mongolia. Impressive, very impressive. Here you can see that the queen and the pawn are going for the mate, and here we'll see the final mate. If I remember rightly, this one is called the Kozio mate, where the queen does checkmate, protected by a pawn. I might be mistaken on the name. I'm not a great connoisseur of all the pattern names, but if I remember rightly, this is the mate. Okay, games are ready. Let's get prepared. And games of the rematch have started. So, what do we have here? This is round 16, but actually it's the second round of the finals. Now, careful now. White has bring his queen out, hitting the knight and a checkmate on f7. This could end really fast if black is... Oh, what a mistake. Queen takes f7 is checkmate. What a blunder by Serbia. What a blunder. Game over. That was the fastest game I've seen in this qualifier. This is the scholar's mate. And normally we don't see this in finals. So clearly Serbia's first board has come very nervous to the game, played too fast and got mated in less than as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves. That's unbelievably fast. Okay, but this is chess. These things sometimes happen, and either you win or you learn. And today it's Serbia's turn to learn. Let's go on to board B, where Serbia is trying to do the checkmate. Look, Serbia was able to go into the f7 square with the queen, but it wasn't checkmate because the king was able to escape. Okay, d4 is a good move, hitting the queen, trying to deviate that queen from the e5 square. Queen captures the pawn. Now, I would think the white should really try and castle here. I think castling would be a very sensible move, getting the king out of the attack of the queen and the knight. Castling would be my choice here for white. But there are other moves. There's a very tricky move here, which is knight to c3. And if black captures knight takes c3, bishop to g5 would force the mate. That's a very tricky move. Let's see if white goes for that or prefers to castle. Already, Mongolia is doing well in the match. They started off with 1-0. So Serbia would need to do 2.5 points out of 3. Not easy to do. Not easy to do. Okay, pawn to c3 is okay, attacking the queen. Queen drops back, and now I'd really suggest doing castle. If castle is legal, which I think it is, I don't think the king has moved before. Oh, he didn't castle, and now look what's happened. f3, hit the knight, knight drops back, doing a check, and the queen is under attack. So now black will capture the queen. So Serbia had a good position, but it's going to lose this game. On both boards, it seems that Serbia is not very well versed tactically. So I would suggest that the coach in Serbia team, women's team, should do a lot more tactics during the year to get really well prepared for next year's. King to d2, and Mongolia will for sure capture the queen on f7. So Mongolia is already winning. Now Mongolia can play queen to f4 check and drop off the bishop on f7. That's not such a simple move to see because it does involve doing a check, a double attack, but I think Mongolia can see that move. But there are other very reasonable moves as well, like, for instance, bishop to c5. Queen to d6 check. It's a very sensible move as well. White's king is in the middle of the board. It should go towards one of the sides. It's going up the board. This is very risky, tremendously risky. You can easily get checkmate if you start wandering with your king up and down the board. And b6 is very good. Oh, that was the idea, to check on g5 and try and recover the queen. Nicely done by Serbia. Nicely done. Okay, now we have to block with the queen. Luckily, black can block with the queen. If not that, this would be checkmate. So queen to e7 will be the move. And although black is still winning, of course, having lost the queen, puts Serbia back into the game. On the other boards, Mongolia is doing very well on board C. So remember, with a tie, Mongolia goes through. So it's going to be tricky for Serbia to get back into this match. Okay, so Serbia recaptured the queen. Well played by Serbia's female player. Very well played on board 2. That's a check. But I think the king can move back to b3. Let's see if it goes forward or backwards. I would go backwards. Very well played. And now I'm thinking that a move such as rook f8 or knight c6 is probably the best idea, just to bring another piece out into the game. c6, that's okay. It does prepare to hide the king on c7 and to grab a bit more center. Oh, that was a blunder. I think this might be a misclick. I think white wanted to check on e8 and drop the piece on e7 by mistake. This is a big, big blunder. Okay, that was probably a misclick. Sometimes with the mouse, we try to do a move, and when we click the square where it has to go to, we click the wrong square, or the piece just drops. That's called a misclick, and it could be fatal, as we saw here. Yeah, things are not looking good for Serbia in this match. They lost 3-1 in the first match. And it seems to me that Mongolia is going to win the female championship, renewing the title they won last year in the men's event. Well done from Mongolia. Very well done from Mongolia. I was actually recently very near Mongolia. I was in Kazakhstan, in Astana. It's very near the border of Mongolia. Very nice people, very kind. Okay, so black needs to bring out the knight. I don't quite understand this bishop move, but it's okay. It's okay. Hitting the pawn on h2. So one thing I've noticed in these games of the qualifiers is that the level of play is sometimes quite good and quite consistent, but then every now and then you can see there's still a lot of technical work to be done. And players sometimes make moves just without developing the rest of their pieces. However, this move, bishop d6 of black, the idea was to push the pawn forward and bring space for the knight. So it was quite good, quite interesting. I thought it was to capture the h2 pawn, but I think the idea was better. Bishop to b5 is a blunder. The bishop on a6 will recapture, and it's a piece down. I'm checking the other games on my... Oh, it wasn't a blunder because it was a discovered check. Well done. I didn't realize that. It was a discovered check with the rook. So now white can actually win a piece. Well done. Well done, Serbia. I'm checking the other games on my screen, and I see that on board C, Mongolia is about to win. So that game looks practically over. But here, yeah, this is the board C game. Thanks, production. This game is nearly over because the queen to h2 or queen to e8, there's a double threat of checkmate. I don't think he can stop the two checkmates. Yeah, game over here. So that's 2-0 for Mongolia. And let's bring board D, please. Let's go to board D, the fourth board. See what's happening there. Okay, remember now, having scored 2-0, doesn't really matter if Serbia wins the other two games, because now Mongolia are the champions because they've scored at least a tie, which was their objective in this match. However, on this board, it seemed that Serbia is doing quite well. An extra queen, Still, a lot of game ahead, because as we've seen, some mistakes are being made. But with the extra queen, I am confident that Serbia will take this one down. So 2 games left, a 2-2 tie for the moment on the board. We'll stay here on this game for the moment. And as soon as this game finishes, don't go away, because we'll have FIDE President Arkady Varkovi and also the Deputy Chair of the Management Board, Dana Reiznes-Yozola. They'll both be in to congratulate the winners. So don't leave. Stay with us for the remaining moves of the game. Now white is playing very sensibly in this board, opening up the position to bring the other rook in and attack with the queen and the 2 rooks against the black king. Very well played here by Serbia. But as I said before, players, it's not consistent enough. They combine very good moves and very good ideas with big blunders. So I'm sensing that maybe the nerves of playing the final with their teammates in the prison, remember, these are prison games. Also, they might not be so familiar with the mouse, because they don't normally practice with computers. They practice with real boards. This is probably one of the big problems here. Okay, rook takes knight with check is the move. And now there could be a fast checkmate on this game, because I can see the rook, the other rook, the queen. They're all very near black's king. And we know what happens when the king is by itself, being harassed with all white's pieces here. It's under huge attack. Where can the king go? F8, impossible. F6, impossible. D7, now the other rook can be captured with check. And this is nearing the end. Yeah. Okay, so on board B, finished with checkmate. So it's 3-0 again for Mongolia. But it seems to me that Serbia will win this game. And so the final result will be 3-1 for Mongolia. Queen H4, the rook was hanging with check, but Serbia was very worried that she'd lose her queen. So she moved the queen back. But of course, she could have captured the rook with check. So as before, it's 3-0 for Mongolia. But the last game, Serbia is on the winning side here, and now can capture the rook with check. Another blunder by black. This game is going to end in a win for Serbia, most likely. But Mongolia will be the winners of the championship. And as soon as the games are finished, we'll be bringing on the FIDE president for a quick chat and a congratulation of the winners. And also, I think we do have the Mongolia him as well. Okay, that was a good trick. Nearly checkmate at the bottom, but not enough. So blocking with the rook, and now there should be a checkmate on c5 if white sees queen to c5. Queen to c5 would be a checkmate. Rook to c5 was played. Now rook to f6 is decent. Queen to rook is decent. A lot of very good moves here. Rook to b5 is also quite good. But it's clear that this game is going to end with a victory for Serbia, at least most probably. We can never say never in chess. You have to wait till the game is finished, but Serbia could have won before. rook to f6. We have to be careful about the checkmate on the first rank. Remember, as long as we have an escape square, it's all good. But that's a typical mistake in these online games, getting checkmates on the back. Oh, this is a blunder. She can't give up the rook. If she loses the rook, the game is over. Queen takes d5, rook takes d5, win the rook. C takes d5, also win the rook. So this is over, basically. When you don't have any chances in a game, you should always try to keep at least your last piece and just hope for a miracle. Hope for the other guy just doing a king h1 or some strange move for a miracle to happen. Now there's going to be no miracles because there's no more pieces left. I wonder if black will resign or keep fighting to the end. Nowadays, top players fight till the end, even in drawn positions. But of course, here with the queen and two rooks down, I think resignation is probably the best route. Yeah, Mongolia's thinking. She played king to b5. There was a check. And now what white needs to do is surround the black king and do checkmate. Let's see if we can see some good technique here. A check with the rook would be convenient. But of course, there's many ways to win here. Queen to a1 would be my choice in this position. But of course, there's many other moves. The queen to a1 check would force the king out of that hideaway spot on a3. And then we could get to it with the other pieces. Queen a1, king takes b3, maybe rook to d3. Okay, so white is trying to go for a checkmate. He's preparing some sort of checkmate. Okay, now the king is open. Now we can check with the rook on d3, among other moves. If I would have been black, I would have kept my king hiding away, try and swap off my pawns and go for the stalemate. But now it's going to be checkmate in one or two moves. King to a5, queen b4, king a6, and rook a2 will finish off the game. Game set and match for Serbia, set and match for Mongolia. So the women's championship is just finished. I would say that Mongolia dominated with a 3-1 win in this game. Let's bring up the scoreboard and wait for the arbiter to confirm the result. But unless I'm mistaken, it's a full 6-2 score for Mongolia with 2 3-1 match wins and gold medal, first place for Mongolia in this tournament, with Serbia as the runner-up. And as I said before, England and Trinidad Tobago, if I'm not mistaken, are the two third place. Here we go. England and Trinidad Tobago will share third place. Mongolia first, Serbia second. England and Trinidad Tobago share third place. And now we will wait for FIDE president to join us in the broadcast to congratulate the winners, and we'll be soon hearing the hymn. Meanwhile, we can, of course, go over one of the other games if production seems fit to bring one of the other games up while we wait for the authorities. For example, we can bring up game. We actually saw most of the games. We could bring up game 3, which is C-board. Oh, we're having a video. Okay, so we'll watch a video. So production will bring us a video of the chess in prisons situation. Let's go with the video and stay here for the prize giving as soon as the video finishes.
Mitt navn Nils Leil Finstad. Jeg fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering, hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette, og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel, fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger, til å gjøre det til noe større, og sette det litt mer i system, da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog, for eksempel, mellom ansatte og innsatte, eller mellom innsatte. Det kan være at sjakk kan være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye spillere hele tiden. Det er det som er også så gøy. Å spille sjakk i fengsel. Nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute, men det er noe som blomstrer inne. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå er vi i arbeidsdriften i Oslo fengsel, primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annen type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt i mahogni. Det er mange muligheter i Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind i seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, i hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her i arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man er ikke i fengsel, da, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man er i et sjakkspill. Ja.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had that at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I had time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward, and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this.
I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dart for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
Welcome back to the broadcast. I'm pleased to have with us FIDE President Arkady Vorkovich for the final hymn and anthem. How are you doing, Arkady?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. And I'm happy to participate in the congratulations ceremony on the occasion of the finals of the women's tournament Chess for Freedom among quite a few teams from around the world. And I'm happy that we have this a separate competition for women teams as well as youth teams. We had our ceremony a couple of days ago as well, and I would like to congratulate all participants, all teams, everyone who was involved. I hope you enjoyed playing, you enjoyed staying with your teams. You enjoyed representing your countries, which is very important as well. But most importantly, improving your skills by playing chess, by learning chess, by communicating with other people, and I'm sure that will help you in your lives. Certainly, we all hope that you will be free to make your choices in your life at some point, and chess will help you to make your choices rationally. My congratulations to the winners, Team Mongolia. Last year we had Mongolia winning the prize in gold medals in our overall competition, open competition, and now the women team repeated success of the open team. So applauses to you. Also applauses to Team Serbia. As I already mentioned, I will go to Serbia in a couple of days, and hopefully I will be able to congratulate the team personally if the time will allow. But again, my applause to you and to teams England and Trinidad and Tobago who didn't play for the third place. The bronze goes to both teams. It's also good news for both teams. Again, I hope that chess helps you, that you enjoy playing, and you will teach others to play chess as well, and I'm sure we will expand the women tournament next year, and I will have better access to chess to everyone who wants it. So thanks a lot, congratulations. And of course, many thanks for all organizers who were involved. I already mentioned the names of Mikhail Kornman, Dana Reznitsozela, the whole organizing team, media. So thanks a lot for that.
Arkady, many thanks for your words. And now, in honor of the winning team, Mongolia, we will see their flag and listen to their anthem. I'll recap. So many thanks to our FIDE president, Arkady Dvorkovich, for his very kind words about the winners of the event, about the importance of the Chess for Freedom program, about how prisoners can take the opportunity to not only play the game, but improve their skills. Mongolia has been the winner of this female championship. This is the first time we had so many teams of females. I think there was a total of 12 teams. That's a huge amount of teams. And now we're going to have another very special guest, Dana Reidnetse Ozola. She'll be coming on also to say a few words and congratulate the winners. We're about to have her in any minute now. Meanwhile, just a reminder that the men's championship will be held this afternoon at 2 p.m. And to close this broadcast, the women's championship, our own Dana Reidnetse Ozola is here with us, Deputy Chair of the Management Board. Dana, good morning. How things? I'm not sure where you are, but it seems very nice.
I'm in Riga, the capital of Latvia. Mm-hmm.
So the women's tournament is finished with the victory, as you know, of Mongolia. The floor is yours.
Yes, gentlemen, and most of all the ladies, warm congratulations to all of you participating in this tournament. Another tournament of our great competition has finished with not that unexpected victory of Mongolia. Warm congratulations to Mongolia. So I think that the fact that it is already the second year when we see the golden medals being awarded to Mongolian team, that this is the prize or the prize of your dedication for the Chess in Prisons program already for decades. That once again proves that there is no easy way to the success. You have to work a lot, you have to invest a lot of time and resources, and it always pays back. But my warm thanks also to Serbia and Trinidad and Tobago and England and other teams who have participated, because my understanding is that even though that there are only 3 medals in each competition, traditionally you all are the winners. You have increased your stress resistance, you have increased your experience in competitions, you have strengthened your, I hope, team spirit in your institutions, and you have represented your countries in this great event. And that's, I think, already a success. And you have created a great celebration to all of us, to the chess world as well. You are our heroes already for several days. We've been following you. We've been not sleeping because of you, and we've done it gladly. Thank you very much, and I hope that the next year we see you all, dear ladies, in even stronger compositions. Mongolia risks that your games will be analyzed, and against you particularly, everyone will be preparing, but that's the heavy part of being the champion. So I hope you'll be ready for that. Thanks again for all the officials who have supported. Thanks again for our team who've been producing, commenting, following, arbitrating this event. That's been already a success.
Dana, thank you very much from, I can see, windy Riga today, and thanks again for coming on at such short notice, and maybe we'll see each other later on in the afternoon for the men's event.
Hopefully so. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for great games and following who the winner is going to be in the men's competition.
Thank you very much. Dana Reidnetse from Riga, Deputy Chair of the Management Board. See you later. And to all of you, it's been a pleasure to be here for the women's final. We've had Arkady Dvorkovich, we have Dana Reidnetse. We've had some interesting games and some very interesting Chess Prisons video. We're coming to a close now, and we'll see you in about 2 hours' time, 2 p.m. CST, for the very interesting Colombia, Philippines men's event. Until then, signing off from Barcelona. See you soon.
really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before, but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, you know, this tournament is, of course, the flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helps everyone to feel I'm the winner right now. I won it, I did it. I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I'm the winner.
We really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to improve socialization skills of people who are restricted in their freedom. Help people to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, you know, this tournament is, of course, the flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helped everyone to feel I'm the winner right now. I won it, I did it. I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I'm the winner.
Hello, friends and chess enthusiasts from all over the world. Welcome back to the finals of the second Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners. My name is Michael Rahal. I'm an international master, and I'm going to be your host for today's broadcast. Really happy to be here. This event, the Intercontinental Championship for Prisoners, is organized by FIDE, the International Chess Federation, and also by Chicago Cook County Sheriff's Office. The tournament is part of the Chess for Freedom program and was already held in 2019 and 2021. More than 85 teams have participated in this tournament from 46 different countries. We've had a men's group, a huge participation in the men's group, but also a lot of teams in the female group, a lot of teams in the youth under 20 groups. Today are the finals. A couple of hours ago, we witnessed the great final between Mongolia and Serbia with a win for Mongolia. Be reminded that Serbia won the youth event a few days ago, and today, in a few moments, we will be commentating on the men's final between Colombia and the Philippines. Also, the third to fourth place match for the bronze medal will be held between El Salvador and India shortly afterwards. So we're going to get great action on the boards. But before we go to the games, let's hear from FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich.
I'm Arkady Dvorkovich, President of FIDE, International Chess Federation. Greetings from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Our project, Chess for Freedom, is for people who made mistakes in their lives before, but have a chance to improve. FIDE is going to bring chess to all corners of the world, especially to those corners where chess can transform lives of people, give a chance to live a better life, to change things around. And inmates who are not free right now have a great potential to develop their lives to the best. Chess started to come to prisons many years ago, and I would like to thank in particular Sheriff Dart from Chicago Cook County, Michael Rahal, who develops this project in FIDE, and Dan Reznice Oslo for coordinating this project globally. This is the second edition of Chess for Freedom tournament. Last time we had 30 countries, this time 46 countries, 85 teams from all around the world, so we are improving. And I hope that all players will enjoy playing. They will represent their own countries in this World Intercontinental Cup, and I hope that this event will give a boost for the development of chess around the world, and will have a great social impact on many people around. So good luck, and I wish all the best and success to this event.
Hi, I'm Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart. Welcome to the 6th International Chess Tournament. We are very excited to be hosting this. We cannot begin to thank the people from FIDE for all of their help in bringing this together. Chess is an amazing sport. As you know, it gives you critical skills, but it also teaches you patience, things that we can all learn from and something we can all use in our daily life. I hope you're going to enjoy the games today, and good luck, everyone.
How to transform the people's lives for the better. We do not have a universal method, but what we have learned, a chess set and a good book might help. This is what Chess for Freedom or Chess in Prisons program is about. We use our role game to help those who have made the mistakes in their life to be reintegrated and do it in a smart way. I warmly congratulate all the participants of the second Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for the prisoners. I thank all the officials in their countries who have made this possible for their teams to participate. I know how challenging it might be to overcome all the legal, technical and other obstacles to do so. I warmly thank my colleagues in Cook County Sheriff's Office and FIDE for dedication to facilitate this worldwide program that this year has gathered together 46 countries, more than 85 teams in this championship. I believe that the inmates will not only compete today, this is a highlight event that motivates them to work on everyday basis, becoming smarter, learning how to respect their opponents, understanding the link between the cause and the consequence, making the society a better and more secure place. I also thank our sponsors, The Gift for Chess. You are helping us to transform the lives with your support in this program. I wish you all the best in this tournament. I wish a lot of excitement. I wish we together reach the goals others only think of and feel the freedom that chess can give.
Welcome back. Many thanks to FIDE management and also to the Sheriff's Office in the Cook County from Chicago for their encouraging words to kick off this men's final. And games have already begun, so I think we can jump straight away to the board A of the Philippines against the Colombia teams. Now, I have to say that I was very impressed by both of these teams' performance in the qualifiers. Although there are other strong teams, I did think that these two, especially Colombia, were slightly ahead of the rest of the field. Of course, they're fast games, they're 10-minute games with a 5-second increment, so basically anything can happen. And it's difficult for me to pick a favorite, apart from the fact that as a commentator, I have to be as impartial as possible. But it did seem to me that these two teams were slightly ahead of the field. Of course, Colombia is on one side of the globe, Philippines is on the other side. So they're in different time schedules. That's why we've chosen a midday European time schedule, which more or less is okay for both of them. There's a two match final. So first of all, they'll play 4 games, one against each other, each on the first, second, and third board. But then they'll have a return match afterwards. The winner will be the team who is able to win both of the matches by any score. If there is a tie, because each team wins one match or both teams tie both matches, then we go to a blitz tiebreak. Up to now, there's been no ties. There seems to be decisive victories, so things will be probably decided on the normal matches. Now, here on board A, I can already see the blacks in trouble. White was able to fork the bishop of the knight with that pawn on d5, but black had the rook pinning the pawn to the white's queen. However, with this really cool tactic, bishop d3, attacking the queen, white was able to unpin his own queen. So now he's won one piece, and most probably at some point, he might win a second piece. For instance, queen b3 now, or maybe g5, maybe just bishop d2. There are several good moves here to go for the second piece, the bishop or the knight. Queen e2 is also very sensible. So I think white is on track for a win here on the first board. I can tell you that all games are being played very fast. Although players have 10 minutes, maybe it's because of the nerves, maybe because of the excitement of the final, but they're playing faster than actually they were playing in the qualifiers. So it's unsure to me what is motivating them to play so fast, but all 4 games are going at a spectacularly fast rhythm. Before we go more deeper into the games, let me just mention to you all a bit about each of the teams, and even more so about what chess is like in both of these countries. So the chess program in Philippines started at the General Santos City Jail male dorm under the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology when COVID-19 pandemic hit in April 2020. During the pandemic, a lot of changes were noticed in the mental health of the persons deprived of liberty due to many restrictions related to the health protocols. Therefore, many prisons, not only Philippines, their officials came up with a chess competition inside the facility because that helped manage the anxieties of the PDL. In this prison in Philippines, more than 50 prisoners participated. Out of the 50 competitors, only 5 were chosen to participate in the competition, and these 5 are the male prisoners playing the finals right now. The Interjail e-chess tournament was held in Philippines last year, and the officials of the prison saw the potential of the program and decided to join the online championship and were ranked 5th overall last year. So a huge improvement for the Philippines this year. The teammates decided to join again and become champions this year. Many of them are competitive, and with the help of some Philippines chess masters, such as National Master Winston Silva, Arena Grandmaster Shiran Podar, and Jail Officer, they plan to showcase the talent worldwide in the tournament. We're seeing this right now. They believe that the championship will build their self-confidence and teamwork. Well, I can say at the moment, they're doing quite well. In this first board, they're actually winning by 2 pieces. And I'm checking the other boards right now, and they seem to be holding their own. Although I must say that the other boards are much more equal than the first board. So it's all up for grabs still. Now, we'll try and get some information about chess prisons in Colombia to be able to also give some idea of how things have been developing in that part of the world, in Colombia. Although, in general, South American countries, especially those near the Central American border, have always had a huge chess tradition. Colombia has been a venue to very important tournaments. Venezuela has had their interzonals. Peru, Ecuador, all these countries have a huge tradition of chess, and also obviously Cuba, Mexico, all the Central American countries. So Colombia has a wide range of players in the club section. There's quite a bit of competition going on there. So as usual, when there's a huge tradition of chess in the general population, that will mean that in areas such as the prison population, the level of chess between the inmates is generally slightly higher, always speaking at a club and amateur level. So let's wait for this information about Colombia. And meanwhile, let's go back to the game. As you all can see, White's been able to achieve a very big advantage in piece material. We can clearly see that although Black does have an extra pawn, White has 3 extra minor pieces, 2 bishops and a knight. That is a huge advantage, and it's very difficult to overcome that advantage. Apart from that, now with bishop to c5, Black would pin the 2 rooks and get another extra piece. Let's see if White sees bishop to c5. The Philippines, I think it's not such a difficult tactic to find, and Philippines will do bishop to c5. Let's see. Of course, there are other very decent moves. Rook to c1, rook to d1, I was going to mention, to keep exchanging pieces, which is the correct way to win a game with extra material. However, bishop to c5, I think, was the clearest way to a win. So I'm more or less confident that this position will be one for White. So I suggest to jump over to game D, where there's really fast action and things could end very soon there. So let's go to game D, and then we'll jump back to game A in a while, because this game is really, really good for White. Game D, please. Okay, we'll be getting game D very soon now. It seems to me that game D is on its way to maybe a fast win, although I can never be sure, of course. Well, while we change game D, let's carry on here. Black has protected the rook, and now most likely White will exchange rooks and then opt for the exchange of the second rook, especially if Black captures with rook. He'll probably play rook to d1 and carry on with this policy of exchanging pieces. Very sensible. I have nothing against a mass exchange of pieces, especially when you're ahead by 2 or 3 minor pieces. The advantage is very big. Look, as I suggested, rook to d1 is his option. Now, bear in mind that when you're ahead in material, especially at weaker levels, the best tactic is to exchange pieces, allowing you to go to an ending where your extra pieces have no chance of being defeated. If you don't exchange pieces, then there's always a risk that your opponent can, sort of drum up some sort of attack against your king, especially in this case where White has advanced his pawns on the king's side. So I can confirm there's been a draw on board C. The position was totally closed. It was a lockdown, and there was no way to progress. So on board C, we do have a draw. As you can see on the board, each player has a rook and 2 bishops. The material is totally equal. Actually, White does have an extra pawn, but the position is totally closed. It's difficult to progress with any side of the board in this position. So both players agreed to draw. So let's go back to board A, or maybe board D. Board D is actually much more interesting than board A, if we can jump there. Here we go. So board D, Black has an extra rook, which means that with material, he is clearly winning. However, White has this queen and bishop threat to Black's king. So if Black stops doing checks, then White can go to G6 with the king and give checkmate. So now I think Black will go with his rook to give a check. I have the feeling that Black will bring his rook to try and attack the white king some way. There you go. He went back with the king. And now there's a very nasty check with the queen on h3. If he does that check, I think black could be well on his way to get a winning advantage here. Let's see if he gives the nasty check. He did. And now I would suggest another nasty check on h6. I'm wondering if black will find this nasty check on h6. He did. Now white has to go back with the king to g4. And then I think there might be a mate with queen to h5 check, king to f4, and then queen to g5 checkmate. And he did it. Checkmate on board number 4. So the Philippines scores the first point. And let's jump right back to board A, please. Philippines winning their game here on board 4. So they're now scoring 1.5 to 0.5. So if Philippines is able to win this game with the 3 extra pieces, they'll be victorious in the first match. And I see it very, very, very unlikely that Colombia can recover in this game 3 pieces down. This is going to be a win for Philippines. And even if they're slightly worse on board B, they're going to win the match. As you can see on board B, thanks production, Colombia is slightly better. It's the only board where Colombia is ahead. 1 extra pawn, some passed pawns in the center, a bit of pressure on the B6 pawn. It's not totally winning yet, but you can sense that white might have some winning chances here. But let's go back to game A, because that's the key game now. This game is still going to be played. Now, the queens were exchanged. So now there's no potential for a recovery from the black side, and white can go about winning all those pawns and getting an extra queen very fast. I would think that he'll go bishop to f5, bishop to c8, and start knocking off the pawns on the queen side. Let's see if he goes with that tactic. Yeah, there's no way Colombia is going to get this game back. As you can see, capturing the pawns, the only chance is for a stalemate. But it seems to me that Philippines plays more than enough to be able to win this game. So he's knocked off the 2 pawns. Now he's made a passed pawn on the A file. As I say, the only chance is for the stalemate. So black should really get rid of his C pawn and get rid of his H pawn. Because if not, there could be a stalemate here. You see, if we go A7 check, there might be a stalemate. However, as black still has 2 pawns, there's going to be no stalemate here. For instance, I could go knight to D6, A7, bishop A6, and bishop B7 checkmate. But I think he's going for another checkmate pattern. He wants to put the bishop on C8 and B7 and combine with the knight on C5. But he has to be careful here. It's clearly winning, but he has to be careful how he wins. Yeah, that seems very sensible. Put the bishop on C6 and go A7 and A8. It's going to be mate in 2. Well played by Philippines in this game. Very well played. I would think that he might even do a rook as a checkmating piece, which would be very cool to finish off the game with a sub-promotion. Oh, that's even nicer. Knight to DC check. And with these 3 pieces on the 6th rank, it's a very nice mating pattern. Well done, Colombia. So it's 2.5 to half. Sorry, well done, Philippines. They've just defeated Colombia in the first match. But there's still a game left where Colombia is trying to make use of his extra 3 pawns to at least score 1 point in this game. I think he'll be able to do it. Let's see how the game unfolds. Of course, with black having 2 rooks on the 7th file, we have to be careful of the checkmate with rook h2 and rook g2. But for the moment, the position is under control. Very nice idea. 2 pawns on the 5th rank. We check on the 7th rank. The king has to go back. Now, this player is playing very, very well. Very well indeed. He could even play rook b1 now and go for a checkmate on the 8th rank. If he sees that, I'll be impressed. But also just advancing one of the pawns is also good. d6, for instance, will be probably my move here. d6, very well played. Now he could be easily threatening some rook to g8 and rook to f7 and then promote the pawn. Rook c2, that's a good move, putting the c5 pawn under pressure. Now, I really like rook b1 now. Rook b1 is a move that really, that's a very nice move. Rook e7, wonderful. Now, king d8, rook f8 is checkmate, and the point goes to Colombia. Very well played, Colombia. Very well played. Nice. Philippines resigned, and we are now going into the second round. The first match has been won by Colombia, by Philippines, 2.5 to 1.5. We have a 5-minute break, so we're going to see a video, and after the video, we'll be back for the complete second match. Production, video in, if we have a nice video of the Chess Atkins program.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the rural. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had that at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess, they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I had time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this.
I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dart for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
Mitt navn er Nils Leiel Finstad. Jeg er fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering, hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette, og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel, fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger, til å gjøre det til noe større, og sette det litt mer i system. Da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog, for eksempel, mellom ansatte og innsatte, eller mellom innsatte. Det kan være at sjakk kan være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye spillere hele tiden. Det er det som er også så gøy. Å spille sjakk i fengsel. Nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute, men det er noe som blomstrer inne. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå er vi i arbeidsdriften i Oslo fengsel. Primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annen type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt i mahogni. Det er mange muligheter i Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind i seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, i hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her i arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man er ikke i fengsel, da, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man er i et sjakkspill. Ja.
And we're back. We're back after this small break between the two matches of the finals. If you've just arrived, remember we're streaming live the men's final of the second Intercontinental online chess championship for prisoners. This is a tournament which is played online on chess.com, and we're in the men's final where Philippines has defeated Colombia in the first match by 2.5 to 1.5, and they've just started the second match, and we'll see what the second match brings us. Remember, these are games which are played live. Each team is playing from their own prison, one of them in Philippines, one of them in Colombia, and the players are disputing the games on laptops inside the prison in a special room, supervised by their coach and by the prison officials, and under surveillance to prevent any anti-cheating issues, as the rest of the main tournaments that are played nowadays, both live and online. Chess.com is our host, our provider for the online platform, and things have actually gone very well. As I said before, Philippines won the first match, and now Colombia really has to do a lot of work in this match to recover to be able to try and tie the final and go to the tiebreak. What I've been mentioning during the qualifiers in the past few days is this has been a very, very special tournament for me to participate in as a commentator, because not only can I commentate on the games, which is a passion I have for many years, but also I've got the chance to meet several of the inmates and several coaches and organizers. And now I have a much better idea of the importance of chess inside prisons, the way it's being used as a tool, not only as a pastime for the prisoners, which probably is the most important aspect of the game there, but also as a tool for helping them improve their communication skills, helping them improve their patience levels, helping them to reduce the level of impulsiveness they have being inmates inside the prison. But even above that, helping them to have some different life a way to think about life when they are released from prison and can use chess outside prison, either as a pastime, a working tool, or just something to be involved in to reintegrate themselves in the community, keep them away from bad habits, which can be easily run into inside the prisons. So it's been really great. And now we have the 4 games. And I think we have game A on the board. Remember, this match has to fall on the side of Colombia if they want to tie the eliminatory with Philippines, as Philippines won the first match. Okay, so what can we see on this first board? Very level. You can see the bar on the left of the board going up and down, but more or less balancing in the middle of the board, which means as long as that left side bar is around number 4, then the position is approximately equal. If it goes down to 3 or goes up to 5, that is pushing in the direction of white or black. If it goes up, for white. If it goes down, then it's for black. So at the moment, as you can all see, it's more or less in the center. So position is approximately equal. I can see that they're playing slower now than the first eliminatory, which is interesting. Now, check this out. If black captures the knight with his own knight, he loses queen. That will be a huge blunder by Philippines. I don't think it will happen. But if that happened, that would be an outstanding blunder, because the bishop on g5 is pinning the knight to the queen. So that knight on f6 can legally move. Okay, queen to e7 is a tricky move. Now the queen is pinning the knight to the king. I can imagine the Colombian player with his mouse trying to pick up the knight and moving it, and the computer doesn't allow him to move it because it's pinned to the king. So the best move now would be to unpin with queen to e2. However, if black captures the knight with the queen now, I think he might be winning a piece. Let's see what happens. Or getting the piece back. Now I've made the count. He was a piece down. On the other boards, let me check. Fourth board is equal. Third board is equal. And the second board is also more or less equal. So all 4 boards are approximately equal 3 minutes into the round. He captured with the queen. And now black must capture back with the knight to protect the queen, or do the zigzag intermediate queen takes queen check move, which is what he did on the board. Capture back with the knight now. Now, it's funny that he's thinking there. I would say that this position is very slightly better for black because of the strong square for the knight on d5. But very good chances for a draw for the moment. Let's check on the other games. Mostly equal on the other side. But I can say this seems like a totally different team compared to the players in the first match, where we saw all sorts of weird tactics. This is now a battle between positional players. The technique has settled into the players, and now they're playing slower, with better technique, with interesting ideas. I don't think I would have put the knight on the side of the board, though. But okay. I'm not the one playing the games. I think a pawn to h6 would be good for black now, just to prevent that knight from jumping to g5. Also, bishop to e7 is quite good. And, of course, there are other interesting moves. I'm keeping an eye here on the right to my second monitor so I can see how the other games are going. And if something interesting happens, we'll jump over to one of those boards. For the moment, this board is as interesting as the other ones. But what I will say is that they're playing much slower. Okay, g4, that's a risky move. I wonder how black will face this attack on the king side, bayonet attack. And no developments on the other three games. Play is very safe, very secure, completely equal. If we want, we can probably jump to board C. Board C was a draw in the first match. It was totally close and players went for a draw. And it seems to be heading the same way this time on board C. Board D, I'd say that white might have a small advantage, but very, very small for Philippines. And on board B, yeah, I'd also see that Philippines has a very small advantage. So things for the moment looking quite well for the Philippines team. Now let's jump to board C, please. If we can get production board C, because board C is heading into a very interesting phase of the game. Okay, so pawn to f4, an aggressive move. I would say that black would probably do well bringing his rook to e8. Maybe the h rook to e8. I think that would be a good idea. But he also has other options, like, for instance, knight to e4. But rook e8 is clearly the move I would do. He played rook d e8. That gives me the idea that he wants to keep his rook on the h file, just in case he wants to open that file later on. Quite sensible. Knight to e4 might be played now, but also the pawn on g4 is hanging because white just played bishop d3, where he should have played bishop f3, and now black can actually capture the pawn on g4. And I think he should. No, he can't. It's a trick. If he captures the pawn on g4, black checks on f5 and wins the knight. Oof, what a nasty trick. g6, that's probably more prudent. Now he is threatening to capture the pawn. What a nice trick by the Colombian player. Very nice, very nice. Okay, so on board C, it looks like Philippines is crashing through, and on board D, I'd say the game is still relatively equal. And on board B, it's also equal. So the most interesting boards now are board A and especially board D. Okay, so he finally messed up and dropped the pawn. And of course, the Philippines captured the pawn. That gives him the advantage now on board C or on board A. So things are looking good for Philippines on board A and board C. Now, for example, I think I would probably play king to d7. That would be a very professional master level move if he just plays king to d7, calmly bringing his king towards the center and protecting the rook. That would be a really master move. Now, if Philippines ace plays king to d7, that would be impressive. Let's see what he does. King to d7 would be really, really impressive. Of course, there are other moves like bishop to b4, rook to e3, knight to e3, even h5 protecting the knight, many other moves. But king to d8 or king to d7 would be the professional move. Just improving the king. He preferred to exchange, and maybe he wants to capture the pawn on h2. These guys, they love to capture pieces. Well, it's good as well. It's very good. He captured the pawn. Yeah. Yeah, now he wants to capture the pawn on f4 as well. Okay, so I'm checking the other boards. Colombia is doing well on board 4. That might be an opportunity to win. And also on board 3, Colombia is doing well. However, here, Philippines is winning. And also the key game might be the game on board 3. So this game is probably going to be won by Colombia. But I'm very interested in what's happening on board 3, on C board. Because on the C board, that could be the key game. Because if this game is won by Colombia and they win on board C, that would mean, by the Philippines, and the Philippines wins on board C, that would mean 2 points, which is enough to win the tournament. So let's see what's going to happen here. Yeah, I would think that probably black can start advancing his pawns on the king side. He does have 3 extra pawns. That seems to be more than enough for the win. So as I said before, the first game was won by Philippines 2.5 to 1.5. We're on the second match now, and Colombia needs the win to be able to tie the match and go to tiebreak. However, already on 2 of the games, Philippines has a very better position, especially on game 1, which is the game we're seeing now, where Philippines player has 3 extra pawns. I don't really see Colombia getting back into this game unless there are time trouble with the Philippines player. He has only 2 minutes left. Also on board 3, it looks like Philippines is better, but everything is to be played yet. I think we have a guest in the Zoom. Let me check. Okay, so I think I'm going to welcome a guest now. Let me check if he will be coming in to say hello. Michael, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, nice. I'm not sure if you're watching the games as well.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so we can start talking, but hopefully, you've been brought in. Fantastic. Now we're both on the screen. So, Michael, pleased to have you again in the live stream. If you're speaking from Chicago, it must be very early there. What time is it in Chicago?
Oh, no, it's not early. It's 7:50 in the morning. No, it's...
Oh, well, I mean, 8 in the morning. Okay. That's very early for Spanish time. Yeah. Okay. So how are things going? I did see that Chicago was not able to qualify in the end for the final stage, but I mean, Philippines and Colombia are very strong opponents. What are your thoughts after seeing the qualifiers and the final? What are your thoughts, Mikhail?
Well, the best teams qualified. It's chess. It's a competition. We were not going for this tournament to win it. We were going to participate. And we're happy with the Philippines and Colombia. They're doing a great job. The first match was, Very interesting. This match is going to be interesting as well. What is interesting that what I observed that Asian teams are doing pretty good.
Yes.
Last year we had Mongolia. This year we have the Philippines. We're happy for Colombia, for Latin America. But at the same time, European Serbia won the youth.
Yes.
Mongolia won the female competition. So it's wide border and it's open field. There is no team that dominates year after year after year, and I think it's good.
Yeah, that I think is very important. Both that and the fact that there's been the number of teams have duplicated in 1 year, which I think is outstanding. I did notice that there wasn't many teams from the Africa continent. Maybe one of the ideas for next year could be to try and increase, and also other prisons from the North American continent. That would be also something that I think could be really, really nice to have an improvement there. But I know both you guys and FIDE will be working on all these.
We had doubled the number of African countries from 1 to 2.
Oh, well, okay. Which is good anyway. Okay.
Yeah, we're happy. And Zimbabwe showed very good results. They have a very strong program, and we appreciate their participation second year. Niger participated in a youth competition.
Yes, that
is good for them. Then, we had a couple countries, I'm not going to name them, that pulled away in the very last minute with very understandable reason. The local commissions for prisons were concerned about the internet security and safety. It's very understandable.
Very understandable.
What is a hope that they can watch the YouTube that you guys made and watch how safe and secure it is, and we will be happy to provide more information about security of the chess.com, and all accounts were checked, no chat communication, no other ways of communication between the players. We did as much as we could on this regard, but it is understandable reason, but still hope we'll get more countries next year. Well, this year we jumped from 31 to 46. It's a tremendous jump, and we doubled the number of teams from 41, well, more than doubled. So it was very high jump. But the goal is for programs to grow. We don't want to focus on the tournament only. We want to be sure that the programs in those countries will be sustainable.
Of course. The tournament should be looked as the sort of the prize at the end of the program.
Correct.
That's the sort of philosophy that I think could be installed. Also, now we have these YouTube broadcasts with coverage, extensive coverage of the tournament. I'm sure it must be much more easier to try and help convince new interested parties that the tournament is safe, secure, and we even have video footage of the players disputing the game. So hopefully things will be better. Michael, before I didn't properly introduce you. Of course, you were introduced properly in the first video, but whoever is watching the finals who hasn't seen the qualifiers. So Michael Korenman is one of the major forces behind the Chess for Freedom program, because he is the leading coach and one of the main parties in the Cook County, in the Sheriff's Office of the Cook County. Michael has been teaching chess there for many, many years in the institutions in that area. And of course, before the partnership with FIDE, this tournament was already being held in a more local sort of way by Michael's team. So that's, I think, is very, very good, and one of the main reasons that this tournament is here today. Michael, the match is about to end, actually. So I don't want to sidetrack us from the match because of the conversation, but what I'm going to tell you is something very, very interesting. I've been following these games, both in the qualifier and now in the finals, and the thing I notice more is there a certain inconsistency of the players. They're capable of doing very good technical moves, but in the same game, make him some not understandable blunders. And I have to think that is because there is quite a good level, but there's nerves and excitement, and also the fact that they're using a computer, some of them for the first time. Would I be right saying this? Or is there
absolutely. And probably it's safe to say there is no cheating.
No, of course. In a prison facility, that's something that could never happen.
Correct.
And we have a huge fair play team on board as well, helping out with the security of the event.
Whole team, the team of arbiters, the team of organizers, the team of broadcasting. It was a tough job, and everybody did so good, and so it's just a great appreciation for everybody who were involved.
Of course, but as I say, sometimes you see a game where you think, "Wow." Sometimes I see misclicks, clear misclicks, and when it's a misclick, nothing to do. But then I see that sort of inconsistency. I think in part is for the fact that they're on a hard schedule in the prison. I mean, if we go to a chess tournament, we go there an hour before, we're chatting with our friends, we're playing some friendly games, and then we play the main event. But here, they might be do some other prison work or some other situation, and then they have to go straight to the game, and that means more excitement, and that's prone to mistakes. So we have to leave it at that and hope that with the experience, the level of the play will get better as well, obviously. So we have a result. We have a result on board 1. Philippines just defeated Colombia on board 1. This means I need you to bring up board C, please, production. Bring up board C. Because the thing is, Mikhail, as the Philippines defeated Colombia in the first match, just by tying, they will win the finals. And unfortunately, this game we have on screen, it seems to me that there's no way. The only option would be a draw by stalemate, but not even that. So there is a checkmate. So let's bring up, please, board D. But we can firmly say that, of course, pending the arbiter's confirmation.
Right. Board C just completed.
Yeah, it's just completed. So this would mean Philippines 2-0, which means that they guarantee the tie, and they are 2022 winners pending the arbiter's confirmation. There's two games left, but this also looks like a good position for white. Maybe there's still a draw in hand here, some sort of perpetual, but I think Philippines is going to be the winner this year. What do you think of this? They were 5th last year, if I don't remember rightly. So they've already shown that they're capable of really good things. And as you said, Asia's been performing very well. Have you been to the Philippines? Do you have any knowledge of this?
I never been to the Philippines, but we did have the consul of the Philippines who attended the meeting on first day.
Okay. Oh, yes, that is true.
Yeah, it's the first time I met her. And she was very interested to learn which facilities participated. It is very important to have a support of those people.
Yes.
The country consuls, they can do a lot for their teams.
Exactly. They can convey the interest of the other countries. Tell me one thing. By the way, there's been a draw on board D. So let's bring up board B and keep it here. Mikhail, if I'm not mistaken, you are also a member of the Social Commission of the FIDE. Correct? So please, just briefly in 2 minutes, give us an idea what other programs the FIDE Social Commission deals with, apart from the program of chess in prisons. Could you give us...
Chess for refugees is another one.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Chess?
Refugees.
Oh, for refugees. Okay, great.
Correct.
Yes.
I had a chance to be on a trip to Africa and visit the refugee camp in Uganda. And another program in Kenya and other parts. It's an amazing program. I did see how many people play. Well, I did have a chance to play in a refugee. So that's a great program. Lots of support. Another one is chess for the kids with autism. That is also picking up very fast, and they are trying to do the research based on this. So that's one. Chess for aging people. We're getting there.
So
we're all moving in that direction.
It seems to me there's quite a few programs on the agenda of the Social Commission then. But of course, you must be interacting with other commissions, because some of these programs obviously have to interact with the Arbiters Commission, with other commissions to make
education.
With the education one, of course.
Correct.
Education is not in the Social Commission.
It's a separate.
It's a separate one. Okay. Correct. Okay. So the last game was finished, and with this result, we can confirm that Philippines defeats Colombia by 3.5 in the second game of the match, which means the overall winner is Philippines. We congratulate them from here. We're going to have Arkady, probably from FIDE, to come in for the final congratulations. But Mikhail, the floor is yours for your personal congratulations and any final words with respect to this year's edition.
And I want to congratulate Colombia as well. They had a tremendous program. They did very well on the first day. On the second day, they deserved to be in the finals, and they did extremely good. So congratulations to Colombia team. Definitely congratulations to the winners, the Philippines. Excellent. It's the same year participation from the same facility, and we do see a big progress. The Philippines, you did great. Congratulations to all. Congratulations to all people who work with you with the program, your coaches, your staff. I want to thank you, all the correctional facility individuals who helped the prisoners to participate in the program, all the officers, all the officials from the prisons who helped all the teams to participate in this tournament. This is great support, very much appreciated. Thank you, of course, the FIDE with the great support staff organizing this event. We cannot do this any better than we did it with the FIDE. Thank you for all in the broadcasting. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for media coverage. Thank you for all the team that worked for this wonderful project. We're looking forward for the next. I'm sure we will have something in between the tournaments, which I don't want to say right now. We have to confirm it first, but we should have something.
Okay.
The event is growing. We hope to get a little bit more support from the world of business world that watching this. We would like to have a little bit more awards for the prisons who deserve this. And we want to thank you, the company from New York, the Gift of Chess, donating the chess sets. It's very nice of them. Thank you to all, and congratulations to the winners.
Mikhail, thanks a lot for those very, very encouraging words. Please don't leave, stay with us, because we are going to announce the winner, which has been the Philippines. We are going to see their flag, and we are going to listen to the anthem of the Philippines. But before we do that, just a reminder that the third to fourth place, which is being played exactly now between India, and now I'm at a loss for the opponent of India. Just a second, I'm getting there now. India and El Salvador. It's being played now. It won't be broadcasted because we have to finish with the winner, but we will have a third and fourth place result, which will be announced on social media. So please, production, the flag and the anthem of the Philippines. Now, and just to say goodbye to everyone who has been following this stream for the last few days, huge congratulations to the youth team of Serbia, a huge congratulations to the youth team of, to the women's team, female team of Mongolia, and right now to the winner of the main event, the men's event, the Philippines. Also, huge congratulations to all the other teams who participated, the runners-up, 3rd and 4th place, all the qualifiers. And as Michael said before, this is a project that has to continue strongly with the help of FIDE, with the help of Cook County, with the help of the prisons, with the help of the Gift of Chess, with the help of all the organizers. 2023 will be bigger and better. Signing off from Barcelona, your host for this tournament, Michael Rahal. Thanks again to Keti Tsatsashvili and also Alejandro, my co-host during the tournament, and all the guests who've been with me during the show. See you next year.
We really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to improve socialization skills of people who are restricted in their freedom. Help people to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before, but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, you know, this tournament is, of course, the flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helped everyone to feel I'm the winner right now. I won it, I did it. I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I'm the winner.